Hello, everyone, if there is anyone out there at the moment. I will very shortly be joined by Sean. I'm not quite sure. I think he had to have dinner or something like that. So once he's ready, he will be joining me. I don't really know what to do while I'm waiting, but I thought I would just start the live anyway because I've had to, like before when I've done lives, I've like postponed them or not postponed them, but like just not started the live yet. So I thought I might as well start. Hello to whoever's out there, the one viewer. I'm just waiting for Sean. He's going to join me in a bit. So if you want to comment what book you're reading at the moment, if you're reading anything, it'd be really interesting to hear. Okay. Hi, Hallie. It's nice to see that someone decided to check in. Dormant Souls. I don't even think I've heard of Lost Illumination. Is it something that's like quite popular? It's no problem, Sean. I'll see you. Actually, I think I might just start reading, and then once you join in, I can stop. Um, she's a smaller author. It's YA fantasy. It's really nice to hear about people reading like smaller authors because obviously they don't get as much like showtime. I guess no, that's not the word, but yeah, I'm really bad at like trying to find smaller authors because I just like to make sure that I know that something's going to be like when I read a book that I'm going to enjoy it. So sometimes you don't really know that with a smaller author because they haven't had as much coverage. We do some reading.
Hi.
How have you been sitting there for long? I hope not, because
No, just a minute.
you just popped up because I just saw my dad's. Oh God, just saw my dad's comment.
How are
Oh,
you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Sorry I'm late.
Oh no, it's no problem. I was sitting there thinking like, what do I do? What do I do? And then I was like, if I was in a normal situation and I was feeling awkward with someone like in real life, I would sit there and read. And I was like, I'm on live reading sprints, and I didn't think of that. Thank you, Hallie. I do love them, but they can be very embarrassing. I think that's just a part
Do
of
you,
it.
do you prefer the StreamYard like set up like this, or where it's like, I don't know, like
What, like
white?
this one?
Yeah, do you prefer
Yeah,
that?
I do prefer this one, but it always automatically goes onto the
Oh,
close-up one if it's two people, I think.
I see your banner is still on. Read until
Oh,
Sean is here.
well, Sean is here, so I can get rid of that.
I am here. I suppose I'll talk about what I'm going to be reading today.
Oh yeah, I probably should have asked you that. Oh wait, I just want to point out, I didn't even notice this, but Hallie is like a college teacher professor. I don't know what her actual title is, so it's quite funny. Of course, you'd point that out.
I'm still reading these two. Sea of Ashes and the Bone Season. I think at this point, though, I'm just gonna give up on Sea of Ashes at least for a bit and just finish this one.
Mm.
I really want
That's
to
why
finish
I
it.
that's why I find
Sorry,
it
what?
difficult to switch between books or like to read more than one at a time because I find there's always one that I prefer, and then I just keep reading that one, and I
Yeah,
forget to pick up the other one.
it's usually fine. It's just that Sea of Ashes is boring me right now. So I'm gonna post that we're live before my phone dies. So
That'd be. I'm gonna do that as well.
let me do that now. You wanna smile? Okay.
Actually, I'll just repost your one instead of like taking my own photo.
Did you say Lucy is joining us?
Basically, I was originally supposed to have Lucy and someone else joining in, but then like there's been situations and stuff like that.
No.
Lucy,
Okay.
I think someone from Lucy's work couldn't go to work or something like that, so she had to cover the shift. But she said she'd be done like at 9ish, so she should hopefully be joining us afterwards. I said I'd just carry on, even if I'm a zombie towards the end. I'll just carry on.
What time is it for you?
It's only an hour ahead in comparison to your
Oh,
time.
so
So
it's like nearly 8.
yeah.
Okay, it's like nearly 7 here. Is there an echo on your computer? I think I noticed that the last time we were live.
What, when I talk?
I think when I talk, there's like an echo.
Oh, it's probably. I don't know if it's because my.
Not that it matters too much, but
Oh, okay. If it's fine with you, I don't know how it is for people watching. But I think it might be because my like my speakers are like
Mhm.
right next. Oh, I don't know. I don't understand that thing. But
It's fine.
if it's fine with you, because otherwise I
It
can get
is
headphones,
fine.
but it just takes a while to connect them and everything.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I don't mind. Um,
Oh,
how's your week been?
I'm just gonna. Oh, there we go. Now I can answer you. It's been all right. It started off better than it's ended, but it's
Mhm.
like I don't know. Last week I was fine on the Monday and the Tuesday because obviously last week I joined you on your channel for some sprints, but then after that I
Yeah.
got like my ear got infected because I'd had it pierced. And then like it's not this one, but it's one underneath. It got infected, and then I had to get antibiotics, and I wasn't feeling good. And then like I started this week, and I was feeling better, and we've just gone back like to some like physical
Mhm.
lessons because I've got anatomy, so we sort of have to be there to be able to like touch things and see things and everything. So that helps a lot. And then I don't know why. It's just, do you ever get a feeling where you're just like, I don't know what I'm doing? Like you're not happy, but you're not sad. You're just like, eh.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure it'll go. I'm feeling better now, but I'm gonna catch up on the comments. See, I would do this, but I don't like audiobooks. I can't. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I certainly do that a lot. But usually if I'm reading more than one book at once, they're usually different genres. Like I can read a fantasy and a romance at the same time really easy because they're just so different that I don't get them mixed up.
Well, I do feel like if you were trying to read like two fantasy and sci-fi in particular, because they really depend on world building, that like obviously you could easily get confused between. Like I feel like either that or thrillers, but it depends because there's so many different like subgenres for thrillers. So I feel like I could probably read like a psychological thriller and like a courtroom thriller at the same time and not get confused.
Well, I mean, right now I'm reading two fantasies at once, and it's probably not the best decision. I didn't even decide it really. I was reading this, and then I forgot that I had a buddy read for this going on. So it kind of just came along while I was reading the other one. And
so that's why I don't do that many buddy reads, because I find that like the commitment, I'm like, what if? Oh, yeah. But.
Or sometimes I'll like buy a book for like a book club or buddy read, and then like the person will cancel it, and I'm like, you know.
And then you're just stuck with a book. Like I've done that. Like, or no, I haven't. That hasn't happened.
I could read it myself. So.
Yeah. Like I feel like a lot of the time people are like part of a book club or following along with it because they like the people that are like going to discuss the book or something. So if they just cancel the live show and you're just left with a book that you maybe weren't going to pick up anyway.
Did you say you wanted to buddy read ACOTAR?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like it's one of those books that you sort of like, because you're like, you fall into two camps. Either you're the person that hasn't read it but is going to read it, or the person who already has read it. So I feel like it'll be a fun book to discuss with someone who's also like hasn't read it before.
Have you read it?
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like our experiences would be like in the same direction as opposed to like one person had read it before.
See, I originally wasn't going to read ACOTAR for a while because I'm reading Throne of Glass, and I'm like, I didn't know if I wanted to start like another Sarah J. Maas series. Just because I feel like it's a lot, but now that the show is coming out, I feel like I have to.
I feel like that's what everyone says, especially with
I was like that with the Grishaverse for years. I was like, I'm not going to read this. And then I found out the show was coming out, and I was like, right, I need to buy these immediately and read them.
The thing is, I would be doing that with like all the stuff that's coming out recently, but I've like sort of stopped watching things on Netflix and stuff like that. I don't do it very much. Like I used to go through things really fast, and now I don't know, lost interest.
Yeah, I'm the same.
But then I just
like shows or books?
Shows.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to binge watch shows a lot. Not so much anymore. Like right now, I'm watching way too many shows at once, and it's getting really confusing. I don't even know how I got here. I just kept starting shows, and now I have so many, and I'm trying to find like equal time to watch each so that I can finish seasons of them. And it's getting so confusing. I have to have like a schedule where like, right, Monday I'm gonna watch this, and then Tuesday I'm gonna watch. Like, it's just a mess.
Hi, Sarah.
I might watch a movie during one of the sprints, like while I'm reading. Because I think I mentioned before that that's
you did.
Yeah. So
I don't understand it. And the thing is, people make that joke about like guys can't multitask or something, and then you're there like, I'll just watch a film and read at the same time. What's that?
That's me. Yeah, I want to rewatch the first All the Boys movie because when I watched that movie, I watched it when it came out. I didn't know there were books of it. I thought it was just like a new movie series thing. And then I read the first book last year and I read the second one this year. So I want to rewatch the first one and then watch the second movie. Does that sound confusing? It probably does.
No, wait, I just saw this. I've never heard of What's the Nanny? I've never heard of that. If that's like a fictional, the only thing I can think of is there was that like Super Nanny or whatever it was that was the British woman that went to the US and was just like having a go at all the American parents. That's all I can think of. Sorry, what were you saying about? What were you talking about before?
Oh, To All the Boys. I need to rewatch the first movie and watch the second.
What's your like general consensus on like would you watch a film before you read the book? Because I've done that before, like where I've genuinely not realized there was a book, watch the film and I've been like, oh,
usually if there's a popular book that has a popular movie adaptation, I will read the book or books before I watch, the movies. And the only times where I haven't is where I've, haven't known there was a book. Like I did that with the first All the Boys movie and Coraline as well. I didn't know there was a book of that for years, which is strange because it was my favorite movie and I was like, I need more of this, and then I realized it was a book.
Oh, I love Coraline. I think it's one of my favorite, like, aside from, like, of all this sort of stop motion, all of the ones that, like, Tim Burton are always my favorite just because he's, like, my favorite director, creator sort of thing.
I don't think Coraline was made by him.
No, but that's what I mean is Coraline is, like, comes second to Tim Burton, but it's, like, still up there. I think it was Henry Selick or something because he did the James and the Giant Peach stop motion as well.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Coraline is one of the few cases where I actually thought the movie adaptation was better than the book. So, at least for me, I definitely... Did you like the book more? Is that where you're like...
No, I don't know. I actually think that they're...
Well... I gave the book 4 stars and the movie 5 out of 5, so...
Oh, I don't rate movies. I tend to just be like, oh, yeah, it was good or it was bad or something. I think I would say that they're... What?
I was just going to say, like, I do rate movies because I have, like, a movie and TV journal where I keep track of everything I've watched.
That'd be a really good idea. To be fair, I don't watch that many movies like
I'm so behind on it, though. I honestly might just skip ahead to now because I'm so behind on it right now.
Right, I'm just going to catch up on these comments and then we can carry on. How do you retain the info? Like, would you genuinely, if you were watching a movie and reading a book at the same time and someone asked you what happened in the movie, someone asked you what happened in the book, would you be able to recite both of them?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Like at the same level as if you were just focusing on one? Bloody hell.
Mostly. The way I try to explain it is if I'm here reading my book and whatever I have like that I'm watching is on here, I am reading, so I'm not looking at the screen, but I'm still seeing it in my peripheral vision, and now and then I will look up. But most of the time I'm just taking in the dialogue and reading my book.
Interesting.
It's like I never give my full attention to one or the other because it's hard to explain. It's like I'm reading this, and now and again I will give this full concentration and the other thing full concentration. Then sometimes it's so confusing. I know.
You need to have you need to have like a TED talk or something about how to multitask. What was I going to say?
I do this all the time. I've honestly just figured out more ways to multitask during lockdown. Because, like, I just have all these things I need to get done, and I'm like, if I can do more than one thing at the same time, why not? Like, something I do a lot is I listen to an audiobook while I'm updating my, like, bullet journals.
Yeah, I think people do that. Like, I could listen... Like when I was, so I don't do it as much now, but like when I was sort of in my phase of really liking to listen to podcasts, like true crime podcasts, I would always put that on in the background, and I can easily do that. The closest thing I
Yeah.
can come to like reading and doing something at the same time would be like if I'm listening to a song, I can sing along to the song and read at the same time.
Oh yeah, like a lot of the time when I'm reading, I will like listen to music.
Mm. And there's some people, I think that's something you can train your brain to do, because I never used to be able to do it, and I had to always put
It's
on
certainly
like,
easier to do than like watching a show.
yeah.
Sorry, 1 minute.
Anyway.
I don't have COVID. I just cough come out of nowhere.
It's fine. So The Nanny is a sitcom. I'll have to look into that. Read the book before watching the movie. I would usually do that if I had like had the choice, but like I'm sure that there's been cases where, well, I guess it depends. I feel like if I watch a movie and I find out there was a book, but the movie wasn't very good, I'd rather I'd read the book to see if the book's better. But if I watched a movie and the movie was good, unless it was so good that I couldn't get enough of the story, then I'd read the book. But if it was good but like not great, I'd probably just not read the book.
Or sometimes I'll find the book is more detailed than the movie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is like, it's just
I think in
different.
Coraline, like the book of Coraline, there's like one extra scene that I'm pretty sure wasn't in the movie.
Is there? I can't
I
remember
think
that.
so.
Could you? I mean, I'm sure everyone knows what Coraline's about. So, what's the scene?
God, I'd have to like look at the book and flick to it. But she basically went down into like this basement or whatever. And there was some like there was there was some weird version of one of her parents down there. I don't think it was one of her parents. It was like a distorted figure. I cannot remember because I read it 2 years ago, but I just know that it wasn't really in the movie. It's like near the end of the book. Like it's before, like the climax scene with the
What, like the one where the hand and the, well,
Can
not
we
the
say
hand, but like where she
spoilers?
goes crazy.
I don't think we can say spoilers, so I feel like a lot of people have seen or read Coraline though. Or maybe
Yeah, well, it's like if you haven't seen or read it by this point, like
yeah.
what, like you've been living too long.
Coraline was one of
can't
those
find
movies that like people my age, everyone like growing up watched it and were
Yeah.
scarred for their childhoods, like because of it. Because I remember when I was like, God, like 6 or 7, my teacher put on that movie in class because it was like coming up to Halloween. She was like, let's watch a scary movie. And she was like, this is a children's movie, so I can put it on. And it still like scared the living daylights out of a lot of people. So
Wait, how long? Not how long. How old were you when that happened?
like 6 or 7.
Oh my god! Like, well, I will say that I once put Chucky on for my brother and sister, and they were like 8 and 10, I think.
Oh my god!
So,
I just saw Sarah's comment.
or maybe younger, because it was before we moved here, and my brother's only like 14, and we moved 5 years ago. So I think. I don't know. The thing is, I don't think I've ever had, like, when I was very, very little, I remember that there's like one incident in particular where I was in the library, and then people started talking about urban legends, and I was like, I can't deal with this, and I ran out, and then I was like telling everyone else. I was like, in the library they're talking about urban legends, and then obviously everyone else started, and I just had nightmares like the whole week after that. And then there was a point in my life where I was like 12 or 13, and it just changed, and I was like, I want to watch everything. I want to watch Saw and American Horror Story and all like the really scary stuff.
I love scary.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. Hello.
I'm sure she's gone by now, but
well, she left the comments saying she was scared by Coraline, and I heard her mention this before, and it was like I don't. It's not that scary to me.
Well, I think the actual imagery in itself can be quite scary.
For
like in the film.
I just don't know why it's for children. Like why it's marketed as a children's movie, because like most young children I know that have seen it are just terrified by it.
I think it's the same though as if you think about like in the olden days they used to use fairy tales. Like the origins of fairy tales are like some of the scariest
Oh,
things
yeah.
that you'd ever read, and they were used as like cautionary tales for children. So
Yeah, I always was disturbed by Hansel and Gretel as a child. I
I
thought
mean,
that
so
was
that is
so
scary.
disturbing. Yeah, I was terrified by that.
But it's like, what's really the moral of the story? Like, isn't it like their mum dies or something, and then they have to go out into the woods? It's like, what? So if your mum dies, you're going to get eaten by a witch?
They left breadcrumbs or something, and they went
Yeah.
to like
Oh, yeah. That. Yeah.
a cottage made of like
Of
it was
sweets and stuff
gingerbread,
like that.
a
Yeah.
gingerbread house, and she was giving them loads of food to like fatten them up, and then she like killed them or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Or she ate them or something.
I can't remember. The thing is, I think I don't know if it's the real version or the modified version, but at some point it changed to like, and then they managed to like defeat her or something like that, and they ran away or something. But that could be the modified version because it's the same with like Little Mermaid. Is
Yeah.
basically that she's actually at the end she cuts her tail off and sort of turns into sea foam.
Oh.
So it's not quite as nice as the Disney version.
Even though I'm pretty sure I read the original fairy tales, the only versions I really remember are the Disney ones because they were so lighthearted, and those are the only ones I watched. Like I didn't care about the original fairy tales.
I do like to think about the original things, or like I remember there's also Cinderella is basically that in
Rapunzel
order
was
to
much
get there.
darker.
What?
Rapunzel was much darker than like Tangled or whatever.
Oh, all of them were. Cinderella, the ugly stepsisters, when they're trying to get their feet into their foot into the glass slipper, one of them cuts her toes off and one of them cuts her heel off.
I remember that.
In order to do that. And I think in Snow White, the original one, the witch gets her eyes pecked out by birds or something like that. So
I mean, and I watched Snow White, like the Disney adaptation recently, and I'm pretty sure she was like pushed off of a cliff, or she fell off of a cliff.
What, of Snow White?
Yeah, like in the Disney movie. Like
in the like the old one, or like
there's certain things like gruesome deaths for villains in Disney movies. Or at least I think so.
Yeah, I know that the one in Tangled gets pushed off. She gets like pushed down, and then she's like, I mean, to be fair, it's not even like she dies from the fall because she like disintegrates into dust.
Yeah.
When do you want to start reading?
Oh, you were gonna ask that anyway. I don't mind. It's up to you. Like it's your life. So.
Because to be fair, I'm happy to sit here and keep on talking, but I'm also happy to read.
I don't mind. You can read if you want.
Well, it's nearly quarter past now. Maybe should we go from quarter past and go for like half an hour or something like that?
Yeah.
I didn't even say what I was reading.
Do you think I can finish this book? This weekend, like not today. Because I'm on like page 251, and the book, not including the prequel, which I already read, is like 450 pages, and I'm on 251. So if I read like 300 today and then read like 100 pages tomorrow, maybe I'll finish it.
Like, well, do you know what? We'll just carry on until you've reached your 300-page threshold for today or whatever. Now, I was just going to quickly mention that I'm reading Battle Royale. It's like this.
Did you mention this in my live yesterday?
Yeah, I did. I commented it, and like, yes, it does.
Fortnite or something.
Yeah. Well, I think that the whole term Battle Royale stems from not necessarily this book, but like from the theme of this, because it is like basically putting a group of school children into kind of like an arena similar to the Hunger Games, and then they just have to fight against each other till the death, until there's one standing. So, but this was written originally like in the 90s or something, and it's only just been translated within the last few years. No, it's not. It looks like it.
It looks like
It looks like manga.
Yeah.
But it's actually a Japanese like novel. It is massive. Like it's huge, but it's been
I was
really.
about to say it looks huge. Do you know how long it is?
It's 600 and something pages, but it's like I think that the pages are thicker than usual.
The longest book I read was like 530, 40 pages. It's the longest one I've read because I own a lot of big books. I'm just too scared by them. I'm like, why would I spend like 3 months reading a book?
Yeah, fair enough. You were talking about when you were talking about Stephen King. It's so funny because you were mentioning The Stand and It and all of those, and you basically just named all of the Stephen King books that I've read, or not all of them, but like the majority of them. And
you
because
read The Stand?
I started with It.
How long did it take you to read The Stand? Just a fun question.
Oh, I can't actually remember, but I think it took me at least a month. Probably 2, but it was like it's so long ago that it was before I had Goodreads. So it was like I can't remember it.
That long, I'd probably read other books around it, because if I was to focus all my attention on that one long book, I feel like I get bored.
Yeah. No, it is. I don't sometimes like I'm sitting and just like thinking about random stuff, and then I go, "Oh, do you remember that one time that you managed to read a 1,400 page book?" And I'm like, I don't know like what happened to my brain. how I managed to do that. In answer to this question, I think that I personally find like that Battle Royale is quite fast-paced.
Like, why does a book need to be that long?
Because it's Stephen King. It's his like token thing.
I know, but like I just don't get how somebody can keep up a story for that long. Like, what happens that it needs to be this long? Is it not like about a plague?
What?
Is this not about a plague or something?
It's about a plague, but it's such a typical Stephen King in the fact that there's so many characters, like so many, and then essentially it's like that thing of they're all different places and then they come together in the end. So that's why they take so long, is because he focuses on so many different characters. And on top of that, he's one of the most descriptive writers I've ever read from, which is one of the reasons people can't stand his writing. Like if there's someone that doesn't like it, it's because he describes things a lot.
Like even Carrie by Stephen King. Sarah just mentioned that. Actually.
Yeah.
So you can go to that question so I can talk about it and answer her question at the same time. I read Carrie 2 years ago. 2, 3. It was 2018. I was 14 when I read Carrie.
Oh.
I don't know if that was the best decision, but anyway, I'm just not scared easily. Like the last time I was scared by something, I was like 6 or 7. I honestly, I don't know. Maybe I just have a dark soul, and that's why.
No, but that's how I feel as well. It's the same thing as like as soon as like I can't remember what it was, but I was probably a bit later than you because I was definitely like around about the age of 11. I was still scared of things. When I went to secondary school, I remember sitting next to someone who watched all the Saw films, and I'd just sit there and go, "Can you tell me what happened in the next one? And then what happened? And then what happened?" Which like sounds like most people like absolutely appalled by it and disgusted, but I'm like, I have no threshold for like gory stuff or scary stuff.
Yeah. I don't mind scary stuff. Gory stuff doesn't like scare me. I just like if it's very gory, I will feel a bit nauseous. That's about it. Like if it's like guts and like brains and stuff, and you know that kind of thing, I just get a bit like.
I guess maybe I am a bit odd in that sense, but to be fair,
about Carrie, Sarah, to answer your question, I have read it. I gave it 5 stars. At the time, I don't know if I give it that now, but that's what my 14-year-old brain decided to rate it.
I think
it's the only Stephen King book I've read, I think, because I started Salem's Lot not too long after I finished Carrie. And at the time, I just couldn't get into it because, I don't know, because I went straight from Carrie into another Stephen King book, and I don't know if that was the best idea.
No.
I just read Carrie because it was short, so I'm like, I'm gonna start with this one. And I don't know, the 4 books I have are his first 4 books. So I'm like, if I already have like his first 4 earliest books, why not just read them in order
Yeah.
of
Fair
release?
enough.
Because I own Carrie, Sims Lot, The Shining, and The Stand.
Yeah.
Those are the ones I own.
But that's it.
And
It's a
I'm
big
rereading
jump.
Carrie next week, actually,
Are
because
you?
yes, because the Trills and Chills readathon is coming up, and I want to read Salem's Lot this year. But to get a feel for Stephen King again, I want to like reread Carrie, and
Yeah.
I feel like at the time, because I was so young, like I'm obviously not that much older now, but like at the time, I just feel like I'd understand it better and like
Mm. It would be
enjoy.
interesting to see what you give it because I can't remember what I thought of it the first time I read it.
I'm
But
thinking back on it now and like comparing it to stuff I've read from what I remember of it. I would honestly give it a 4-star now, but we'll see
would
until
you?
I reread it. I'm gonna annotate it, I think.
Oh, that's cool. I think I've given like last time. So I read it a couple. No, wait, was it in February? I think, and I gave it 3 stars. But I think if you read more Stephen King,
Yeah.
you realize that it's so funny because like even though I read that before Carrie, I've then reread it after I read Carrie like for the first time, and I just realized
Yeah.
that even though Carrie is like really short for his books and it is
Mhm.
really big, not necessarily for him but just in general,
Yeah.
I personally thought that it was a lot better despite the fact that it was bigger and that there was extra stuff put in there that maybe didn't need to be there. So like I
Didn't
don't
they
think
split
Carrie is
it
anywhere near his
into 2
best.
movies?
What?
Didn't they split the book of it into 2 movies?
Yeah, it's because the book is like it has a dual timeline, so it flips between. In the book, it's actually the 50s and the
Oh,
80s. In the film, they made it into the 80s and the our time really. But that's why they split it that way, because otherwise you couldn't have had it like as one film because it'd be like 5 hours long.
I read Little Women last year, and I was confused as to why my edition was only like 300 pages because most people I've seen who have Little Women, it's like 800 pages. And I
Yeah.
got to the end of it and it said like read part 2 to continue the story or whatever. And I'm like, does it not end then? Where is part 2? Why don't I have it?
Well, that's what happened to me. Is I read the first, like I got an edition. I thought it was the whole thing. I read
Mhm.
it and then I watched the movie and then I was like, when did that happen? Like there was all these things that were happening and I was
I
like, I
think
do
I
not remember
published it
this.
as a second book over
Yeah,
here because I saw a thing called Good Wives on Amazon,
yeah,
and
that's
I
what it is.
think that's probably the second part. So I'm gonna buy it and hope that it is, and I can
Yeah.
basically finish the book I never really finished, even though I finished the book. I'm not technically finished, and it annoys me. So
Yeah, no, I had to go and because I had like a really nice illustrated edition that I'd read, and then I realized I had to get another one. But the problem
mine
is
is
that
really pretty. I will get it. Oh my
I'll go
god.
get mine as well. Then we can compare.
Not my computer falling over. Okay. I have it now.
Let's
This
see.
is fine.
That's really nice. I like that
Yeah.
cover.
It's really
There's
pretty.
so
But
many different
I
covers.
bought it and I was like, why is it this short?
Yeah, but look at
Because
my one.
yeah, it's ridiculous because this is only like it literally says at the end of mine, the curtain falls upon Meg, Joe, Bet, and Amy. Whether it rises again depends upon the reception given to the first act of the domestic drama called Little Women. And I was like, what? Does that mean it's an end? So
Oh yeah, that's
I
what mine
was
says. Oh.
I was confused for a long time. So it's obviously split into 2 books over here instead of joined together.
See, I've seen. So Steph has like a massive collection of the hardback, like old-fashioned Stephen Kings, and I'm
Oh,
very intrigued to know, Steph, how many Kings you have read. Because I think at the moment mine stands at around about 20 that I've read.
I will say I really liked his writing from Carrie.
Mm,
I just think his style of writing is very unique.
it is. I think it mainly has something to do with the fact that like throughout the first part of his career, he was like basically on drugs most of the time, but you know.
Oh, okay.
I think he was, at least. I read his like writing memoir kind of thing.
I've heard him say
And
before there was some book he mentioned that he didn't even remember writing it because he was so
yeah,
like I don't know high
well,
on drugs.
he just had a bit of like a. I think because what I remember from the memoir is as a kid, like he had a very typical like poor American lifestyle of like not having, obviously being poor and then not being able to do certain things and stuff like that. And then he fell into writing, which sort of helped him. But then I think just things happen. Like there was one time where he got like hit by a truck and nearly died, and then he was like addicted to pain medication or something. So started doing publication order. But
Yeah,
so I scrapped that. I had just started with it. I mean, not
I
like
wanna.
it's just massive.
I feel like this
That.
will probably happen to me as well because I just want to read it so I can watch it. You know?
Have you not watched it yet?
No, I'm waiting until I read it.
Wow. The only reason that I ever started reading Stephen King was because I wanted to read it because I loved the
I haven't
first
even
movie so
seen the
much.
old like the old original miniseries.
What, have you seen that or?
No, I'm saying I haven't even watched that.
Oh no, I haven't either.
Yeah.
It looks dodgy. Sorry.
The old one. I think Tim Curry is in it.
Yeah, but it's
And
like
I really like him as an actor.
Yeah, I like Tim Curry, but it was his like phase of just being really weird characters. Like he was it, and then he was like what is it, Frankenfurter, which like the thing is I haven't watched Rocky Horror, but I really want to. But at the same time, I'm like, is it bad of me to watch a film that's got like, I mean, Frankenfurter is a terrible like example of someone who is a transvestite or transgender or anything within that sort of area. I don't know. And yeah, 11/22/63 is really good. I read that a couple of months ago.
My favorite show is Glee, and even that is like so problematic. Like,
yeah, but it's just funny.
Yeah. Well, every character on that show is a stereotype.
Yeah. We were actually when we in the group chat. Oh, sorry.
I suppose it's the point of the show because it's a satire, but
was it made as a satire? Because I swear the whole thing was like it's made for the kids that like feel like an outsider.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of drifted into that after a while. I love like the first 2 or 3 seasons of Glee. It definitely went downhill somewhere around 5 or 6. I think it ended when it was supposed to, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I quite liked the ending, the way that it just did that, like, skipping forward. This is like what's happened in their life. And then it's like, now you definitely don't need to revisit it. Like, you've seen the ending, you don't need to do anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Are they not rebooting Gossip Girl?
Gossip. Oh, yeah. I think I saw that, and then it was like something along the lines of who was it? There was someone that was going to do like either the voice for Gossip Girl, or there was someone that was going to be in it that'd been in the original one or something like that. I think.
Oh, should we? I just read the name.
Yeah, but that's what I was about to say. Should we read in like at past, and then read for half an hour?
Yes. Do you use a timer when you're reading, or do you like put on screen reads?
You know what? I might try and. I usually do the banner thing, but I'd quite like to try the what's it called, the timer, so that I don't have to keep on checking the time. Do you just search?
I use a really complicated one.
Yeah, you use that classroom thingy.
Yeah, because I like to add like ambience and things, and like I can just add more lists, but you can use whatever you want.
Yeah, I think I've just found a random one. Oh my god, that's a horrible sound. Oh god. Actually, no, isn't there like a Google timer or something like that?
There's a Google timer. It's really simple.
Google timer. Why is it not coming up? Countdown timer. I'm going to spend so much time now looking for this. No, I'm just going to put the banner up and then I will figure it out afterwards. I'm just too lazy with all that stuff. You have that cool classroom thing going on.
Yes.
Maybe I'll figure that out at some point.
There though.
What?
I went from Google Timer to that with like a background to ambience. So I've really evolved in my use of timers for lives.
There we go.
Okay. Are we
See you in
meeting?
half an hour.
Hello.
Were you talking or were you singing? Because I saw your head doing this.
I was singing to a song.
I
I
like
don't usually sing along to the song when I'm reading. Only if I'm listening to music on its own. But it's just the song is too good not to. So.
What was it?
Cover Like Me with Taylor Swift.
Oh,
Do you know
that is like one of the best ones off of Evermore.
Yes, I love it.
It's just, I think because
I listen to it 3 times a day. It's unhealthy. I have like an unhealthy obsession with it. It's because my friend loves it, and me and her started listening to it a lot, and now it's all I listen to.
Yeah.
Literally, I just have it on repeat all the time. Why am I eating while I'm talking to you? I'm sorry. I just needed a snack, but I can wait till the next sprint
Oh,
to
that's
eat.
fine. Just eat whatever. I really don't care. Like, you can do whatever you want. As long as it's not going to get, like, the video taken down, then do whatever you want.
No.
What was I going to say? No, yeah, I like that with Folklore and Evermore, she went really thematic with, like, different ones. Like, the whole cowboy theme, you can hear it through the music. Like, the music in itself sounds like something from a Western. It's so cool. Hi, Leah.
I love those albums because they're like stories.
Yeah, I think what I've realised from listening, because when I did when it was the Tis the Damn Readathon, I went through and I listened to every album as I was like reading the books that sort of went with the prompts. And I realised that, like, while her first couple of albums were really good and like she's always been a great songwriter, she's really gone from like writing very sort of like, oh, this is about me songs to like now it's almost as if she's like written a book. Like she is that good.
She should write a book. I would buy that. I've always wondered why she hasn't wrote an autobiography. I suppose Miss Americana kind of serves as a life story.
I think maybe she's a bit too busy to like. I feel like she's the kind of person that would have to. She wouldn't get a ghostwriter. She would do it herself, but I don't think she has the time for it.
I mean, she wrote 2 whole albums in lockdown while I was sitting on my ass watching TV and reading books.
Exactly. I can't even listen to instrumental music while reading.
I used to be like this, but within the space of the last 3 months, I have learned to watch TV and movies while reading, listen to music while reading, watch YouTube videos while reading, journal while listening to an audiobook. Like, it's just gone crazy at how much things I picked up on. I just slowly started integrating things in because I was like curious. I was like, what if I did this while doing this? And that just kept happening. I just kept getting curious and found that I could do those things.
Oh my god, it sounds like one of those adverts that you get that's like, 10 weeks ago I couldn't play a single note on the piano and now I can play Beethoven.
Your banner is still on the screen.
Oh, for goodness sake, this is. I'm just very, very professional, that's why. I have to go in and hide. And.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm sorry I'm so late.
It's fine. I'm late too.
Oh, also ignore my hair. My hair's like orange at the minute. I'm so upset about it.
Honestly, I can't, like, it still looks really dark. Like, it doesn't, I can't see the difference. My hair is actually orange. My sister calls me ginger face. So.
Oh, that's good.
I don't know why I'm sitting here eating.
Well, because we're just like, we're chilled. I did get some biscuits, but I'm gonna wait until the next sprint, I think. Because otherwise I will be spraying food everywhere, which will not look great. Where is it you work, Lucy?
Just at Morrison's, the supermarket. But like, so you can basically, there's this system where like, if you aren't going to be in, you swap shifts with someone else. It's like to stop people just calling in sick at the last minute, but people still do it anyway. And then today, someone called in sick, And then my friend was like, yeah, I'll do the shift. And then like at the last minute, she was like, no, I'm not doing it. And they made me go in. I was like, thanks for that. It's great, really, but it wasn't long.
It just seemed like a really short shift.
Yeah, because like you just have to cover like the hours that are missing. So I was only there for like 3 hours. But it's money, I guess.
Yeah. Do you get, I don't know if you have it in the UK, but here we get like extra money if we're working on the weekends. I couldn't imagine that's a thing in the UK because...
No.
I'm not even in the UK, I'm in Ireland, so...
Oh yeah, I never asked you. Wait, so you're from the Republic then?
Me?
Or, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if it's Northern Ireland, it's still like under the UK legislature, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not in Northern Ireland. I'm in like the rest of Ireland.
The other bit.
The other bit.
I still think that they should just like let Northern Ireland go back to just let it be Ireland, like for goodness sake. If you look at like the percentage of how much of Ireland is its own governing state, and then there's just that tiny little bit of Northern Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got the multitasking king and
that's
Queen. I'll be the jester or something.
That's fine.
Although I'm not funny, so.
You're like the leading ruler because you're hosting the live. You're like the leader of, I don't know.
I'm the prime minister.
Yeah.
Completely different system, but what are you guys reading?
Well, I'm reading The Bone Season right now. I've been reading City of Ashes as well, but I just don't care about it anymore. So it sounds rude, but I'm just gonna wait until I'm in the mood for it. Because every time I read a chapter of it, all I want to do is read this. So, like the whole time I'll be reading it, I'll be thinking about what's going on in this. So.
Yeah, just leave it.
Yeah.
I never force myself to read anything, otherwise I just won't want to read. So.
Yeah.
I'm reading Battle Royale. That one.
My reading time has been so limited this week as it is, but school.
Yeah.
Because we're back in person as of this week.
Ugh.
So.
Do you have to be tested or anything when you go in? Because whenever I go in, I have to be tested within a 72-hour period, so I have to get tested like twice a week.
No, we weren't. I don't know. Just don't test us.
Well, to be fair, they say
once.
What?
We've never been tested once, even since we went back to school last year.
Have you never been tested at all? Just like in any context?
I haven't either. Everyone thinks it's so weird. I haven't either.
Yeah.
I don't think I haven't. Like my granddad, considering he's like 70-something, I think the first time he got tested was recently. And you would think that people would be, but I think here people are more proactive. Like we're literally told if you, like you're allowed to meet up with people, but if you do, then go and get tested. I think that there's a Danish thing of like, we all have a respect for like, not that people in the UK don't have respect, but we've got like this weird, I'm from the UK, so, but, or in Ireland, to add that. No, there's this weird, like, unwritten, well, we call it a law, but it's not a law, but it's like this thing that everyone has this idea that you're not better than anyone else. So therefore, I think that sort of helps with the thing of like, obviously you want to protect everyone else. I think also just the fact that we're like less people, they can honestly, like I go to my testing center and they're just sending people in. It's like a factory. We're just like, I get in and then 2 minutes later I'm out again.
Sorry, was there noise?
Was that?
I don't know. Sometimes my computer makes noises and other people on the live can hear it.
I couldn't hear anything. So Leah's in Germany, so I wonder if it's like in mainland Europe if people get tested more often.
Well,
yeah, I've never been tested. The only time people get tested really here is if they've been around somebody who has COVID, or if they're a close contact or something.
Yeah.
Or if they're in a place where there's been like a case.
Yeah.
And everyone gets tested. But I've never been tested, so.
I know that like people at my uni who are like back in person, because my course isn't back in person yet, but the ones who are, like, whenever they move back, they have to get tested. So I would get tested if I was there, but I'm just not. So it has nothing to do.
If anyone's sick now, like, they may get tested, or at least like people around them make them get tested. Like, I know somebody who had like a headache and they got tested. Because like their parents were like, oh well, I just need to be really sure that it's not COVID, so we need to get a test.
Fair enough. If more people were like a bit, because there's some people that are like, oh yeah, but this could be a cold, like they've got the symptoms and they're like, it could be a cold.
About COVID and like getting it and stuff.
You guys are like, I don't know what it was like in Ireland, but I know
we're in lockdown.
Are you still in lockdown?
We've been in like lockdown since January, and the only thing that's opened again is school in person, as well. Like the higher up years, like, because I'm the same age as the people in the year above me, and I could be in their year if I wanted to, but there's like a 4 optional year, which is what I did. So they and the year above them went back first, which was like March, and then the rest of the school only went back in person like this week.
Okay.
So, but we're still in lockdown, like everywhere's closed. The only thing I think we can go further, because before we could only go like within our 5K, I think.
That's like a proper lockdown. I think we've always been allowed to move about if we wanted to. It's just like things have been closed. But I know in the UK I've seen loads of people have been going to bookshops now.
The lockdown we've been in has been very similar to the one last year, like during March and April. Like that, when COVID like hit really hard, that lockdown.
That was like the first.
Yeah.
The first one. That wasn't
fun. It was like that. Like we couldn't go anywhere. Just at home, which is why I'm so free to do lives all the time. Like normally I'd be really busy at weekends, but I have no plans anymore because COVID has come along and was like, you've got plans, don't say that. That song. Yeah. I don't know what I'm trying to say anymore.
Have a nice dinner, Leah. Should we talk about something that isn't COVID related?
It's depressing.
Yeah. Well, that seems to be the only thing. It's replaced the weather now. It used to be the weather was always the thing you spoke about. Now it's COVID.
Yeah.
But let's talk about books.
Let's.
Here's a question. What are your guys' like favorite reads of 2021 so far, like from what you've read?
So I used that, there was that template on Instagram that was like I can't remember what it's called. There was some where you put like your favorite of 1 month and then your favorite of the next month, the favorite of the third month, and then like compared them to each other. And mine came out as being Bunny, I think was my favorite.
Oh, okay.
Puppy's Mouth. Bunny was definitely not my favorite. It was good, but it wasn't like. It just wasn't. I don't know. It just couldn't be my favorite because I was just so confused the whole time.
I like being confused. That's why I study medicine.
I think my favorite is probably Ninth House. I really enjoyed Ninth House, and
I want to read that.
It's so good. It was like the first book that I properly annotated, and I'm so glad I did because it was so good.
Mm-hmm. For me, it's The Night Circus, which is also like my favorite book ever now. So
there's so many people that say it's their favorite. Like, it's one of the first ones that I heard about when I started watching BookTube, and I still haven't read it, and I probably should.
Oh yeah, I've known about it since I was like 10, and I only read it this year. I honestly don't know why I didn't read it before, because it's amazing. So
I think everyone's live at the moment. Like, I've seen so many people.
There's so many live this weekend.
I need to make a schedule of like when everyone, if anyone has like regular lives, I need to make a schedule and then be like, right, that time there's no one that does a live. But the problem is when everyone's like obviously in different parts of the world. It's like I could do a live that started at like 1 o'clock, like 1 a.m. for me, but it would be a normal time for someone in the US.
Yes, someone somewhere.
Yeah.
I like the cool glasses emoji.
I've just had sprints on in the background literally all day from when I got up till now. It's so good. Read it, honestly. I don't get, like, some people hate it and some love it. So it's really either or, because I was supposed to buddy read it with somebody on Instagram, and they DNF'd it after like the first 50 pages. And they were like, oh, what is this crap? I don't want to read this. They were like, this is so bad and boring. And I was like, I love this. I've been binge reading it. I'm like, 200 pages in. I'm just going to finish it. Because I read it in 3 days for a readathon.
Isn't it supposed to be like really descriptive?
It is.
I think I've heard that her writing is like really descriptive, which could be a reason some people don't like it.
Like, I could not do anything else, because anytime I tried to do anything else, I was just thinking about it. My life was taken over by that book for 3 days.
Oh, I haven't had that experience with a book for so long. I think it's because when I read too much. Have you got the black one, like the original, or I don't know if it's original? Yeah, I really like that one.
It's so aesthetic, and I love it. I think it's so pretty.
Yeah.
I love the aesthetic of the book.
Oh, that's another question. What's your favourite book cover? Either that you own or just that you've sort of seen floating around.
Oh, I know what my favourite one is that I own. I will get it. This is my favourite cover.
That is really cool.
Have you guys read this book?
No.
I read it for Tizzy Dem Readathon.
Was it good?
Yeah, I read it for Evermore, because it was like surprise yourself with a book, and this came out in my TBR jar, so that's why I read it. It was good. I gave it 4 stars though. Like, it wasn't 5 for me.
No. Have you read any of her other stuff? Because I've read The Poet X, and that was all right, but I listened to it on audio, and I just don't like it. I
started with this one just because it's not in verse, and it's just something I'm used to, and I will read her other books. I've never read like books that are in verse before, so I don't know how I'd find it.
I've read one in verse, and I didn't like it. Well, no, I did like it, but it was set in like 200 AD or something, and I just didn't understand what was going on.
What book was that?
The Emperor's Babe by Bernardine Evaristo.
Oh, okay. I think I've heard of that then. I didn't realise that she did, because I've literally just finished Girl, Woman, Other, so I feel like she's very experimental then, because Girl, Woman, Other is like short stories that bleed into each other.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to pick up. I heard there's one called like Mr. Loverman or something that sounds really fun, because it's like, I think about a Jamaican, like a Jamaican British person and his life, and like he's got a wife, but then he's got like a boyfriend on the side, and then it's just like following that.
Mm-hmm.
What about your favourite cover, Lucy?
God, I don't even know. I don't have my books in this room with me, so I can't even look. I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, what have I read this year that was just pretty?
I'm gonna go and have a look.
I don't even know. I'm trying to think about books I've read this year, but I don't even remember the books that I've read this year.
I do, just because I have to plan for everything, so I just have a fair idea of it.
Maybe I'll look on my Goodreads and I'll see.
And I keep track of everything in my reading journal, so.
So do I. Oh, I'll just look in there. Great idea. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm so behind on my reading journal right now. I haven't finished my March team or started my April one. I don't know what I'm doing.
Just skip it. Just go on to April. Just.
I've got 3
No, I
books.
don't mind finishing it. I just need to fill in my last stats for last month, and then I can move on to April.
That's why I've tried just doing a normal bullet journal before, and I get a month into it, and then I forget to do anything, and then it's half a year later, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to start again.
I just like it because I do teams for stuff I like. Like last month, I did Taylor Swift Eras as my overall team for Tis Emery's Sound.
Oh, that's really cool.
I'll show you what I did because I never finished it. Hold on. I'm actually really proud of this journal. I'm not going to lie. Because every other journal I've had has been so ugly. And this is the only one that I think looks pretty. This is the only one I will ever show on camera. Where's my March one? Yeah, I don't like this title page though. I feel like it's messy. Because I tried to do color schemes, but if we move past that, I just said this kind of a thing.
I love how your pages are actually full. My pages are just not full, and it just looks so blank.
Yeah, I tried to fill them up. And then I did each section was themed to an album. I still haven't finished this. This is so embarrassing. I need to go back and write in the missing things because I just never did it because I was so busy reading last month. But I just because I was consistent with my March reading journal team, and then as it approached the end of the readathon and the end of March, panic set in, and I was like, right, I need to finish everything for the end of the month, which I did do, but only because I literally blocked out anything else and just read. So I did a BTS team for January.
That's cool.
So, and then I forgot what I did for February. Oh yeah, I did a Mean Girls team for February. So.
Oh, you should have done it for October.
Why?
You could have done he asked me what day it was. It was October 3rd.
Yeah, but for October, I want to do something spooky.
Oh yeah.
So.
You do Mean Girls spooky version. I don't know. I went and looked on my shelves and I found some books. I haven't read any of these, but I really like the covers. I like this one because it's retro.
I really want to read that book.
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah.
I want to read that book solely because of the cover. It just looks intriguing.
Well, it looks like an 80s horror movie, so I'm really intrigued by that. But I don't know whether to read it because I really want to read it, but I don't know if I could then save it for October or something, because that's obviously when it'd be best for. And then also I just got this. I just like the cover of that.
I really want to read that.
I haven't heard of it.
And then it's a middle grade series, a trilogy about a girl who can go into the veil so she can talk to ghosts and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the first one's set in Edinburgh, the second one's set in Paris, the third one's set in New Orleans. So I was really intrigued by that because Edinburgh and New Orleans are 2 of my favourite cities.
New Orleans.
And then this one as well.
Yeah, I love that cover. I haven't read it, but the cover is really pretty.
I think my favourite cover, I think I've decided it's Addie LaRue. I think Addie LaRue's cover is so nice. And Under the Dust Jacket as well. The hardcover book is just so nice.
I don't get the cover for the Bone Season that I'm reading. I don't understand this. I'm like, I've read so much of the book and I still don't understand what this is. It just makes no sense to me. Yeah, anyway.
Sarah says she loved City of Ghost. I'm really excited for it because, like, I've only ever been to Edinburgh once, and it was for like a couple of days with school, so I never got to do, like, they have a lot of ghost tours and stuff like that. So I feel like it's going to be lots of fun.
I hadn't even heard of that book before today.
It's
V.E. Schwab.
What is it?
It's V.E. Schwab that wrote it. So
really,
it's quite a I think it's her. Is it her only middle grade? I think, because otherwise she's written mainly YA and adult.
The books I've heard of by her are the A Darker Shade of Magic books, or whatever that series is.
She also did. I don't know if you've heard of Vicious.
Yeah, I have. That's about it. I haven't read anything by her though. There's a lot of books I haven't read. I haven't read any of the popular stuff because for years I was just reading Irish books that nobody knows about. So, yeah.
Have you ever done a video about Irish books?
No.
You should do that.
Yeah, I love Sculdudry Pleasant is an Irish series.
Is it?
Do you know
what's the author's name? Yeah, I've heard it's called. I mean, that's like, I think all the boys in my class when I was in primary school and secondary school at the beginning were reading that. Yeah. Has he got? What's the author's name? I can't remember.
It's Eric Landy, I think.
Yeah. Okay, you can hear.
I have 6 of them because I've read 5 of them, but there's just so many books in that series. It is good though, so I'll probably stick with it until the very end. But like, he's still writing books, so it was supposed to end after book 9, and then he was like, just kidding, here's the 10th book, and now they're up to like the 15th or 16th book.
Bloody hell. But it's the kind of
spin-offs and short stories and novellas and
yeah,
he has like another series as well, but I don't think it's as popular. It's called like Demon Road or something. I think I read a bit of it.
I feel like with those kind of because it's like middle grade, right?
It's marketed. It was marketed as children's books for years, which I never thought was fitting because it not only does it read like YA, it is very, at least, especially as like it moves on, like it's quite gory and violent for like something that's aimed at children. And I have seen it in like the past year or two, they've moved it from the children's section to like the young adults and teenage section. Like it's like when I go into the bookshop now, it's like next to like Sarah J. Maas and all of that. That's where you find it now.
Oh, okay. No, I just thought if it was actually middle grade, then it would have made sense. I feel like there's loads of those series that just carry on because like a lot of younger readers are like, oh, I don't care, I just like the characters.
They are children's books and it's written on them, but I just don't think that they should be marketed as that because they're, in my opinion, too mature to be children's books. The humor and like the writing is like children's books, but it's just like they're gory, so I don't get why. I don't know much children's books that are like violent like that series is. It's really good though. I've been loving it, honestly. I've read like one of them each year because I'm absolutely terrible with series. So I've literally read one each year since I found out about them. So put it this way, I started reading them when I was 10 and I'm like 16 now and I still haven't finished them. I'm on like the 6th book. So it's just taken me an eternity because I'm awful with series.
Same.
Are you saying that, Lucy? Sorry to interrupt you. You're like, didn't you start ACOTAR like not that long ago and now you're all the way on to ACOWA?
Yeah, well, the thing is, this is like the only series that I've actually read like one after the other. I've started so many series, like Twilight, never finished it. Harry Potter, never finished it. After, never finished it. But this series, I read the first one in January or February, I think, and then yeah, I've just read them all now, basically, nearly. But that's like the first time I've ever done that, and I don't ever see myself doing that again. Honestly, I don't know how I've done it.
Yeah, I feel like if I read too much of a series, like one after the other, I'll just get tired of it.
Yeah.
So I just like as well, like when I go and read other things and then I come back to it, it's just nice to return to something that I'm familiar with and characters I already like. I was like that because I read Throne of Glass in like October, and then I read Crown of Midnight last month, and it was just such a nice feeling returning to those characters.
So. I feel like I've only really read the ACOTAR series because I felt so peer pressured by like I was on a live with like
I feel like that too.
Sarah, Bismarck, and Emma, and they were all just.
Chloe's like, you got a buddy read it with me, so I've no choice anymore.
Well, to be fair, you wrote to me and like it was basically fake because you wrote to me asking for my opinion of if you should do like a vlog series for the ACOTAR books, and then I was like, I've literally just ordered it and it's on its way. So I was like, of course we had to buddy read it.
Yes.
You won't regret
it. But everyone, when I posted it on my stories, there were so many people that were like, just beware, the first one isn't very good.
Yeah, the first one, like the first 200 pages are so boring of the first book. Like, so boring. Yeah, it's really hard to get through the first one. But the second one, in my opinion, is the best one so far. It's so good.
What's the second one called?
A Court of Mist and Fury.
Oh. Why did I think that was the third one?
Not sure.
Anyway.
I think it's so good.
Why did I thought there were 5 books in that series.
There's like a novella kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
oh, that's what I'm thinking.
It's like only 200 pages long, and they don't like include it. Like they say the new one, Silver Flames, is the 4th book, but they've just missed out the novella. I don't know why.
Oh, was it bad? Is that why?
I don't know. I haven't read it yet, but I'll find out soon.
Yeah, I've seen people who've read it and haven't liked it as much as the books.
Well, they do that sometimes with like if there's a series where there's like some sort of novella or like a short story collection that's released sort of midway through the series, but it doesn't necessarily, it's not like in the chronology, it's not like there where the last book left off, then they sort of classify it as like a 0.5 or something like that. Like instead of saying, so they have like book 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they have book 0.5, which is like the short story collection or novella or something.
Yeah. I read The Assassin's Blade before I read Throne of Glass. I don't know if that's an unpopular thing to do, but that's what I did, and I think it worked better.
I need to read that series. I've got the whole box set, but I've just never read any of them.
I've just been buying them as I go. I still need to read Airfire, but I'm just scared to read it. Because of the way the last book ended, I'm just like, I don't know what's going to happen, and I'm not ready for pain, so.
How many books are there in that series?
Throne of Glass?
Yeah.
Like 8, I think.
Is she still writing them, or is it like finished now?
Oh no, it ended a while ago. I think Kingdom of Ash is the last one. And whenever that came out, like 2018, 19, I don't know. It's over though. Is she writing any more ACOTAR books? Or is ACOSOF the last one?
I don't know. I don't think it's the last one, but I'm not a Sarah J Maas stan, so I don't know. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys want to sprint soon?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yes. It's if we go from like if we say we have another 6 minutes, then we can go until 10 past if we're doing like half an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should read for the whole sprint this time and not spend the last 5 minutes singing along to a song.
I've read
I need to hit the 300-page mark on this by the end of the day, and it's nearly 9 o'clock here. So
I wanted to finish my book, but I've got like 150 pages left, and I don't know if I can do that.
Yeah, that's me a lot. I'm like, I need to finish this book today, and I'll stay up to try to finish it and just fall asleep with the book in my hands. So.
Yeah. I hate when you do that and then the bookmark isn't in the book and then you don't know what page you're on because you haven't marked it on Goodreads or anything.
Yes.
It's so annoying.
I always use bookmarks now, but when I was younger, I used to dog ear books all the time because I just didn't buy bookmarks for whatever reason.
My mum used to tell me off so much for like dog earing pages or like breaking the spines of the books. She used to like scream at me. I don't know why.
If a spine breaks or creases naturally, I really don't mind. But like, I don't get people who will like purposely break a spine.
Me neither. I once had a teacher that literally came up to me with a book and she was like talking to me, and then just while she was there, she had the book on the table and she went like that on it. Like, you're an English teacher, what are you doing?
Oh my god. Yeah, I was watching some booktuber recently. I think it was, basically Brit.
Yeah. Oh my god, I know what you're on about.
And she had like a Stephen King book, and she was like, "I'm just gonna break this spine, guys. There's this fancy," and she like bent it the whole way, and she was like so satisfying. And I was here like, no, not satisfying at all. I was like screaming.
Same.
Do you know what I'm on about? Did you see the video?
Yeah. It was so I couldn't deal with it. She was fully just like, I'm just gonna break this right now. What are you doing?
She like took the book and bent it all the way around.
Yeah.
I was like, no.
I need to watch that. I just don't understand if you do something like that, I would not put it on my channel because surely the backlash, people would be furious.
Yeah.
She was like, I'm sorry if this offends me, guys, but I think this is so satisfying.
Especially Stephen King stands. She's just breaking the Stephen King book.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think the only book that I have with a broken spine is Percy Jackson. Like, that's fully broken, as you can see. But I wouldn't purposely take it and be like, this or whatever.
Yeah.
This was just broken when it was given to me. It was gifted to me in a can like this. So whoever had it before me, I blame it on them.
Some books, though, they're just so big that you literally can't read them unless you bend it back in. Open.
I do my best. I'm like this. I sit like this trying to read it because I hate broken spines.
The Throne of Glass books are so stiff to me. Like, I literally have to sit here like this, like only slightly open.
That's why I don't understand. Why can't they just make books all the same? Like, there's, like, usually the US versions are like more floppy, but I have gotten UK versions that are like completely floppy, and then you get another one and it is literally just like you can open it this much.
I keep breaking the spines of the Mortal Instruments books. Because since I'm annotating them, I will like bend a page over so I can like write things, and it keeps breaking the spine. Like, this is almost broken. I'm not gonna break it. It will probably happen. If I read say another 100 pages, I'm sure it'll be gone by then. It just happens because I'm annotating it and I'm leaning down on it so much that it's just no, I can't handle this pressure anymore.
What's Akamath and Akawa like? Because they're quite big. I can imagine either they're really floppy or they're like quite difficult.
They're not that floppy at all.
Aren't they?
No, I will admit I have broke the spines, but that's just because they're just too big and I can't help it. But they're like, if I hadn't broke the spine, it would literally be like maybe this. And I just can't
I think I can deal with that.
I can't. Especially when it's this big, like I'm halfway in and I'll have to read it like this. I hate that.
Oh, that's why I love this one. I think this is This is a US one, and it's just literally like.
I love books like that.
Like this. Like this
It's
is
literally the best like thing
Yeah.
in the world when I get like a floppy paperback.
The Brown
Yeah.
Sisters books by Talia Hibbert.
That's why I love when I get like hardback books. They're just so easy to leave, and I can like leave them like sitting down, and it just won't break. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, just the Brown Sisters series by Talia Hibbert. Those books are so floppy, and it's so good.
Yes.
Right, are we ready to go for another 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Happy reading.
Hello.
Hello.
You scared me.
Because I always try and be as quiet as possible, and yet people are still like, oh, that was a shock.
Yeah, I was just absorbed in my book, to be honest. I feel like sometimes I just get like so invested in my book that like anything else just becomes irrelevant.
Except from when you're watching a film at the same time.
Yes, that's the only. Or like, do you guys visualize when you read?
Yes.
Not really.
A lot of people have told me they can't, and that I'm weird because I see everything like it's a movie in my head.
No, I see it like it's a movie.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah.
I don't get how you can't. Like, you're reading a description of something, you've got to imagine it. Like,
well, there's some people that have that thing called aphantasia, where it's like can't see it, and I don't think I've got that because I think I could, but I think I'm just like fine with just reading the words. I don't know why. I don't like sometimes things flash up and like I can see it sort of, but it's also like it's difficult. Like now I'm reading a book that's set in like a sort of futuristic version of like Japan, like basically like an East Asia sort of area. And I find it difficult because I don't consume a lot of like Asian content like visually. I find it difficult to then like visualize those kind of characters, and obviously I don't want to visualize them being white, which is what I'm used to. And I feel like, especially when it comes to like faces and stuff like that, it's too much for me to sort of think of what they look like.
yeah. I feel like when I imagine people, I imagine everything apart from their face. I don't like get an actual picture of their face. It's just like everything else.
I always visualize. It's just so, yeah.
I feel like
there was one book I read recently that was like really cinematic. I think it was Angel Fall. If you guys have read it.
No, I haven't.
It was just really cinematic. Like I could picture everything.
I love when books do that.
I always visualize. I just can't help it. Like I can't just read the words. It just happens naturally. Like as soon as I start reading, just like the image develops.
Yeah. I'm the same. I feel like it's a lot easier to understand though, as well. For me,
sometimes I feel like I'm seeing everything. Like it feels like sometimes if I'm reading like that, I am the protagonist in this world and I'm seeing everything.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
First person point of view.
Sometimes I do that, but then I get to a description of the character and it's like she was like African American, or she had blonde hair and brown eyes or something. It's like that looks nothing like me, but I'll carry on imagining it's me.
Yeah, it's like that's why I couldn't like connect with Bunny, because there was like no way for me to visualize what was happening, because it was just so vague and like confusing. And like I could imagine like the bunnies, but not like the main character, because she was just different to everyone. I don't know.
Yeah.
The only scenes that I sort of visualized of Bunny was like when they were doing the really weird stuff. Like with when they went to like the parties and stuff, I could like see them standing there with like those guys and everything, but like the rest of it, I was just not really thinking of.
I started listening to music while I was reading, and one of the characters was like, "Do you like our music?" And I was like, "This book is stalking me."
I can't listen to music while I'm reading. It distracts me.
I can watch TV while I'm reading. I mentioned this earlier.
I can't do that.
Yeah, it's because I'm a weird person and I can do that. So
I feel like if I'm like watching TV, the words that they're saying on the TV, I think they're saying it in the book, and I just mix up the book and the show.
yeah, that didn't really happen for me.
I always get scared that if I'm like sitting and like working on something for school and I'm like taking notes or something and I'm listening to music and singing along, I get scared that I'm gonna start writing the lyrics. So I'm like writing about like, I don't know, like the spine or something, and then suddenly it's just like writing Taylor Swift in there as well.
Yeah.
I've done that before with like when I was younger, if I was sitting and writing something, usually in hand, if I was writing something and someone was talking to me, then I'd just like write what they were saying.
Yeah.
And then obviously, because like you can't really cross it out or anything, we had that whole thing of like you're not allowed to rub anything out, you have to cross it out, but then the teacher can still see it.
Yeah.
Just like a random word comes up.
I had such an embarrassing moment at school when that happened, because it was in like primary school, and I remember a teacher came in and was like, he came in to tell our class off about like the toilets. Apparently they were like really bad. And I was writing the day, and I was supposed to write Tuesday, and I literally wrote toilet instead of Tuesday. And that's like the first word in my book. So it was so obvious. I was so embarrassed about it.
I don't do that. I can talk to somebody and write at the same time and not get things mixed up. I can talk to people while I'm reading. I'll just be here like, what do you want me to do today? Yeah, that's great. I'll do that. Like, I'll just be here with the book talking to them.
I feel like maybe this, like, because there's different parts of your brain that like reads, and then different, like another part that talks to people. I feel like maybe the parts of your brain are just so disconnected that it's like you're two different people.
Me?
Yeah, like because for most people, like it's different parts of your brain that's like active for different things, which is why you can hear and read at the same time without being like a complete block out. But for some people, I guess for people that can't listen, or like they can listen but then they like lose focus on reading, they can only focus on one thing. Maybe there's more of a connection between those parts of the brains, and yours is just like no, two separate things.
Yeah, but I don't get things mixed up. It's like my book is happening on one like part of my body, and then like the TV is happening on another. Basically what you said. I don't know what.
Yeah, it's like you had like two people, like one person's reading a book, one person's watching a film, but they just happen to be within you at the same time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, I've realized recently that even when I'm not like, watching a show that I've chosen to watch while reading, even before, like my parents would just have the news on, or their morning talk shows or whatever, and I'd be sitting there reading. So technically I've been reading and watching TV my whole life, and I just didn't realize it. Do you not do this? Like if there's other people around you and they're like talking or watching TV, can you read while that's going on?
No, I get so angry.
I'll be sitting there, right? And the most annoying thing is when I'm at home, I go and sit to read, and then 5 minutes later, my sister comes in and she's like, right, I'm going to put the TV on and I'm going to put it on full blast.
That doesn't bother me at all. Like, I was reading the other day in the armchair, and like my mom came in and put on the TV, like the news, and I was just continue reading. No, I don't get it doesn't bother me.
Me and my brother literally had a massive argument yesterday because he was just blasting his music out, and I was like, you can't do that because I can't read when you're playing music. And he was like, at the door. I was like, I still can't read, it's too loud. I just can't focus on two different things at once. Maybe that's a me problem rather than a...
I think that's the majority. I think Sean's just the one with like a very specific type of brain.
That's me. Yeah. I'm just... Hold on. That just fell. I've just become good at multitasking. I consider multitasking a talent, right? Is it a talent?
Well, I mean, to be fair, like if you can multitask, then you're probably more talented than a lot of people. So.
Okay, it's my only talent then.
I'm sure you can do other things as well.
I feel like nobody's commented for about like an hour.
Nearly an hour actually, because it says here 9:24. So yeah. I don't tend to get that many comments unless there's like last time I went live, there was one person I think that was like commenting a lot, but it was because we were like having a conversation about something and it was just adding to that.
Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of people live on a Saturday.
Yeah.
I
never see people live during the week. Like every time I go to search for reading sprints during the week, nobody's live.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just weekends are really busy then with lives.
I feel like I'd like to like if I would do them during the week, but the only thing is then it's like trying to figure out, because if I want to go live with someone that's in the US, they're probably working if it's like a weekday, because obviously it's like they're behind. But I don't want to start way too late, but I also can't do anything in the day because I have uni and stuff like that. So I think that's probably the thing for most people, is that like trying to find a time, unless you're all in the same country. But like even now with just the hour difference, like I have to usually push it forward. Like I would start earlier if I could, but because everyone obviously needs to eat, like if you're in your time zone, you need to have dinner and everything, and most people don't eat until later. It's just trying to figure out when everyone can do.
Yeah, time zones are confusing. They confuse me every day.
I did think, like, imagine if they just said, right, everyone's in the same time zone now, but it's like, which countries would be walking around when it's pitch black, and that would be their day.
True.
Oh yeah, that's weird.
That's why you have to do it. But then I wonder if there's some countries where they barely have any nighttime, which is like, I guess, Greenland, because they're so like up at the top or something like that. So if you think about the way the world is, it's like this, isn't it? And then it spins around like that.
Yeah, isn't there somewhere where it's like it literally just doesn't go dark at all? It's like 24 hours a day.
Do you guys mind that if it was bright all the time?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Well, they're saying that maybe if I just had blackout curtains.
Yeah, just get blackout curtains. It would be a lot safer, I think, if it was just light 24 hours a day.
I'd like it. That's why I like summer, because it's bright till late and it's bright early.
Yeah, like that when the clocks change and that you just get that extra time in the day. I love it so much. Like now when it's lighter for longer, I just love it.
Yeah, it was bright till like 10 o'clock nearly the other day over here. I just like when it's brighter out.
I'm trying to find where it stays like. The Arctic Circle.
Oh.
The Arctic Circle. Is that north or south?
North.
But can they sleep if it's bright all the time? Are they able to sleep? Like, I feel like anytime I've tried to like sleep when it's bright out, I just can't, and then I have to get up. Like, I definitely sleep better when it's dark.
Yeah.
Well, it says here each pole gets 24 hours of pitch darkness every day for roughly 10 weeks every year. Could you imagine that? I mean, I don't think there's very many people that live at the poles, but that's like basically 10 weeks of darkness.
So it makes up for the 24 hours of light, I guess.
Oh, do they then have a? Oh, I guess it.
So
yeah,
would you guys prefer
either
them?
you're facing towards the sun or you're at the bottom, like you're that. So that makes sense.
I'd hate that. You wouldn't know when it's day or like. Oh,
would you guys prefer if it was bright all the time or dark all the time? Like, which would you go for?
Bright.
If somebody asked you, you can only have one for the rest of your life.
Right.
Yeah, probably bright. Because you can make a room darker just by like putting in blackout curtains and everything. You can't make a room. I mean, you could make a room lighter, but you can't make the outside lighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it'd be so depressing to live in a constant state of darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah. My favorite time of day is the morning. I just love like when the sun's coming up and
yeah, same. I always say I'm like most productive in the mornings, but I actually don't do anything in the morning.
I don't do much because all I have to think about in the mornings is getting to school in time. So I just have time for breakfast and that's it.
What time does your school start?
Classes don't start till 9, but I'm usually at school at 8:30 so that I have half an hour before class. But there's people in the school from like even before 8 because some people just get dropped off school really early if like their parents are working early. So
school always starts here at 8. So like since I moved here, I've had to like start at 8, which is like really annoying. If like so, I used to have to take the train when I went to college. But for some reason, they were really clever and they're like, yeah, there's one train that goes every hour, but we're going to let you have the train at like, you take the train at 6:30. There won't be another one until 7:30. But if you take the one at 7:30, you won't get to school on time. So I'd be leaving the house at like 6:15 and then go and just have to sit in the school for like an hour.
Yeah, no, I don't like that. I'd rather just spend an hour at home.
Yeah, I didn't really have a choice, but I mean, I guess that's because I lived like sort of in like a country village kind of thing. So
I usually have to go better time in the mornings because I get up early. I used to get up really early before school. Like I used to wake when I was in primary school, I would wake up at like 6 a.m. every morning and not be able to go back to sleep. And I just get up and be ready for school for like hours and just be sitting around watching TV until other people were up.
Wow. I don't know how you could have done that because I swear all my siblings still have to be woken up. It will be like literally 10 minutes before they're supposed to go, and my parents are like, do you want to get up now?
Yeah, no. I was like that for ages. I was just an early person.
So I used to be terrible at waking up.
What is it?
I used to be terrible at waking up. Like I used to just like not be able to get out of bed at all in the mornings.
Oh yeah, I was like that for a while.
Yeah, but now I can literally wake up at like 6:30 and not have to even lie in bed. Like I'll just get up. I don't know how it changed.
I wish I could do that. I always have to. I'm really bad because I always look at my phone first, which I should do.
I've started getting up earlier on weekends because usually I just lie in till like 12. But lately I've been getting up at like 8. It's just I get more done if I'm up early.
Yeah. Well, I feel like no matter like if it's unless I have to be up really early during the week, usually I'd wake up at the same time every day, whether I set an alarm on or not.
Yeah. I'm usually up at the same time every morning, unless I have like an appointment before school or something like dentist or something. Then I have to get up earlier. But most of the time I'm up at the same time.
Sorry.
I have an Alexa, and she's supposed to like wake me up every morning with an alarm, but it never works because I just tell her to stop and then fall back asleep. And then I get so mad at myself. So now I've set her to like repeat it 3 times. And it still isn't working. Because every time I'm just like, stop. And it gets louder each time, like, stop. And then I just go to sleep. So I don't know. Like, the only thing that woke me up was my phone. Because I had like my headphones in. And I had an alarm on. And it was right blaring in my ears. So.
Can you sleep with headphones in?
Yeah. One time I had really bad insomnia after like a 24-hour readathon. So I put like on this thing on YouTube to like help me sleep, and I eventually fell asleep. But I remember I did a 24-hour readathon towards the end of March, and never again will I stay up for the whole 24 hours, because like in the moment I felt perfectly fine. And then the next day I felt awful after a bit. Like my head was spinning the whole time. I felt dizzy, and then I literally I got into the bed and just collapsed and went to sleep for like most of the day. Got up, then felt that way again and went back to sleep. But the problem was like I slept so much the day after the readathon that when it came Monday, I couldn't sleep at all that night. So it was just awake the entire night, like twisting and turning until eventually I gave up on sleeping and got up at 4 a.m. and just read.
Oh my god.
It was awful. Never again.
I hate it when I can't sleep. It's like my worst thing ever. When you're just lying there and you're like, can't get to sleep. But then you don't know what to do. Like, especially when it's like, if I go to bed at like 10 and I'm still awake lying there at like 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm like, I don't know what to do. I've been here for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, like before when I couldn't sleep, I'd just keep lying there and just keep trying to sleep like again and again. But now if I can't sleep after a good 4 or 5 hours, I'll just give up and get up and read or do something. And usually if I'm reading, it makes me more tired. So it sometimes works, but I'll just give up now. There's no point in me just lying in a bed for like 6 hours not sleeping.
I used to only be able to sleep if I was listening to music with headphones, but like really loud, like on the loudest possible volume. But I don't know how I slept like that, because now I can't sleep unless the room is silent.
I can't sleep without silence, or I can't sleep with silence. I always need like background noise.
Oh, my brother's like that as well, because he used to, when he was younger, he used to like overheat and have these night terrors where like basically it was a nightmare, but he was up and he was walking around and everything. And it was because he was getting so hot and his body just couldn't deal with it. So he got a fan, and now he's gotten to a point where he doesn't need it, but he needs the sound of the fan. So he has to have his fan on every night, otherwise he can't get to sleep.
He should just like get a YouTube video of a fan sound.
Oh, my sister's got that as well. She got like a thing that does lights. It like puts lights up on the ceilings, but it also like plays music. So she has her sleep music on every night.
I know people who sleep with like whale noises in the background. Or like some people just put on like soft music and
or like rain.
Oh yeah, like a rainforest kind of.
I love when it rains and I'm in bed. Like if it's raining outside and stuck's up in bed. It actually helps me sleep better.
Yeah, I like reading when it's raining outside.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's just cozy.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to hate sleeping when I was younger.
I like it when it rains and you go outside. Oh, sorry.
I feel like bad things always happen when I tried to sleep when I was younger. Not like crazy, like paranormal stuff or anything. I mean, like I'd just be awake a lot and not sleeping much. Or a lot of the time as well, like I got like sleep paralysis a lot. So that wasn't fun.
No.
Well, I'm lucky. I've never had anything like that, but I do remember when I was younger, I used to have a recurring dream of like basically. Have you heard of there was a TV show about this boy who's like him and all his family could turn into dragons. I think it was called like Jake the American Dragon or something. and I think he was like Asian American or something. So he had this granddad that like had a samurai sword or something like that. And I used to have a dream that I would go to like his house where his grandparents were, and his nan was there, and she'd be like, "You need to leave before he gets back." And then all I would remember is this granddad just walking in with a samurai sword, and he would just go like that, and then I'll wake up.
Yeah. I have loads of dreams where like somebody will like shoot me and then I wake up and I'll be like
No, the worst ones are when you feel like you're falling and then you wake up and you felt like you're falling.
That happens so much. I'll be like in the bed like dozing off and I feel like I'm falling. I'll be like
yeah. It's worse if you're like someone's with you and you like wake up and you felt like you're falling and they're like, "What are you doing?" Like, because you fully jolt awake. It's terrifying.
I know. I had a dream one night that I like was falling off of a building and that happened and I was like, it's just the worst. I had a dream that like I was like running for ages. Like I don't know what I was running from. And then I reached the end of the world and I just jumped off of it. And then I like woke up and I was like, like it was
my God. My friend literally runs in her sleep. Like she doesn't get up, but like she's lying in bed and her legs are just running, but she's still lying down.
That's like a dog. That's what dogs do. I've seen like when they think they're chasing a rabbit or something and they do the thing with their legs.
Yeah, my friend literally does it.
So whenever I dream that I'm running away from something, I cannot run. Like there's something wrong with my legs in my dream, and it's the scariest thing because it's like you've got something chasing after you, and I'm like, I can't run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, films always feel like Marvel movies or something. Like they're really intense.
My dreams are always weird. They're just the most unrealistic things as well. It's not at the point of dreams though, that they're unrealistic.
Yeah, well they're supposed to. I think there's something about your brain can't like picture anything that you haven't seen in real life. So everything in your dream is going to be something that you've seen in real life. But like, for example, a person could be made up of different people put together. But they do say that it's like supposed to be connected to like your psyche, like what you're scared of, like what you want and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's unrealistic, but it's like a representation of something that's actually real.
That must be why I dream so much about living in an apartment in New York.
About manifesting, but in your dreams.
Yeah. I remember the scariest dreams are like the ones that were like I did dream one night that I like because I fell asleep like facing my door and I had a dream and when my dream started I was in that exact position and somebody came in with like a huge gun or whatever and it was just
oh my God.
It felt real. Like I don't like dreams like that. My brain is real. I hate when it does that.
I went into like a it was kind of like a, you know, those people that like hippies, naturalist, like witchy kind of shop when I was in and I got this book and it's like it says 12,000 dreams interpreted, so it's just like a dictionary, but you can find a word and then see like what it means if you've dreamt it.
Oh.
Do about falling when you're falling.
I never use it, but it's like a really interesting thing to look at.
What do you mean, like words? Like words?
Like falling. I can search. It will probably be in there because I feel like it's quite. But is it not in here then? Falcon falling. Oh, there's a star by it, so it must be. To dream that you sustain a fall and are frightened means that you will undergo some great struggle, but will eventually rise to honor and wealth. If you are injured in the fall, you will encounter hardship and loss of friends.
Okay, then.
Every time I fall in my dream, I lose a friend.
No, not if you just fall. If you hurt yourself.
Oh right, okay.
Oh, and then it says star, sea, edge. So there must be something to do with if you're falling off the edge.
Oh, yeah, like the edge of the world, like Sean said.
Yeah, let's find out what that means.
I literally dreamt that I reached the end of the world. There was just no more land. It was just like this blank white, and I just jumped off and then woke up.
Wait, to dream that you are falling off the edge means the chance you will take to better your life. I don't know what that means.
Oh.
Your life will get better. There's like a whole nearly half page about eggs. Like if you to dream of finding a nest of
dream
eggs.
About eggs? I've never dreamt about eggs.
Oh, I've never dreamt about eggs. I mean, I'm sure they're there at some point. But like some of these things like really weird. Like dream of elderberries.
I remember like when it was coming up to Christmas one year, I had a really weird dream. Like I think it was Christmas Eve actually, and I had a dream that I was like an elf, but I was just like a statue, so I was just frozen.
Oh.
And like I don't know, it was a weird dream. Like my dreams make no sense. My dreams make me look stupid because they just make absolute no sense, and they're just the most random stuff.
I don't think anyone's dreams make sense, but like here it says enchilada. I don't know who's dreaming of enchiladas.
I find that when I wake up after having a dream, I can remember it so clearly, and then I forget it after like a few hours.
Like
and that's why I feel like I should start like writing down like my dreams when they happen.
Yeah, like you can remember them as soon as you wake up, and then when you try to explain it to someone, you can't explain it. You're like, I don't remember what happened anymore. I don't know why that happens.
Yeah.
Someone once told me when I was a kid that if you tell your dreams, then they won't come true, but if you don't tell them, then they will come true. So I had a dream that I was like in Narnia, I think, and then I was like, I have to tell someone because otherwise I'm gonna get like captured by the White Witch. Right, anyway. Do you guys want to do another sprint? And then I'm thinking I'll probably call it a night because it's getting late.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Should we do half an hour again or a bit shorter?
We could go to the hour if you want.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. You don't know how long my eyes are gonna function.
Yeah, I've also been reading all day, so I feel like I should probably go watch TV after this. Such
a funny thing to say. I've been reading all day, so I feel like I should go and read. No. Oh my god, my brain's not working. So I think I should watch TV. Most people I've been watching TV all day.
Yeah.
Read.
Mm-hmm.
I've been too productive today. I need to go and watch TV for a bit.
Yeah, I just get lazy at night. I'm like, I don't want to read anymore. My brain can't. I just want to watch mindless.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, on the banner off.
Oh, I can literally feel my eyes closing as I'm reading.
I'm tired, but I'm not like sleepy tired. I'm just yawning a bit.
I always yawn throughout the day, even when I'm not tired. It's so weird. I think it's just like a reflex kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think so. I yawned at like 2 p.m. in the day the other day, and I was like, what am I doing? I'm not even tired.
I literally yawn like an hour after I woke up. It's like I've just been asleep. Stop.
I think it must actually be something to do with your like not getting enough oxygen or something like that. So like your brain, your lung sends a signal to your brain to be like, quickly open the mouth, and then you're like, oh, oxygen.
Yeah, it might be.
Maybe. I was in school the other day, and whenever I put my mask back on, I felt like I couldn't breathe for a minute.
I hate the masks. I have to wear them like all the time. When it's like we're told to get tested, and yet when you show up and you're like, I've got a negative test, they still make you walk around with a mask on. We also have to, because we've got anatomy, we have to wear gloves as well. So I'm like wearing a mask and gloves for like 2 hours, and when I take the gloves off, my hands feel like prunes. It's so horrible.
Yeah.
My masks fog my glasses all the time. So a lot of the time, if I'm walking around with a mask, I'll be banging into things and not seeing where I'm going. So I did get like this spray from like my opticians, but I forget to use it sometimes. I usually put it on before school, and it's supposed to help. It helps for a few hours. But yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'm lucky I've never like had any issues with my sight. So but I feel like there's so many people, you don't realize how many people wear glasses because there's so many people that wear contacts. So like if I went on like a school trip, right? Especially like more recently, if I went on a school trip, because everyone's like, oh yeah, I don't want to wear glasses because they're vain or something like that, so they wear contacts instead. And then you go on a school trip and you're like staying overnight, you just suddenly see everyone's wearing glasses. It's like, where did they come from?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't like contact lenses. I just don't like the idea of sticking things into my eyes. It's just like
It is a bit weird.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go to you. I hate that. I can't even put earrings in. I've had my ears pierced 3 separate times. Just the same hole. Yeah, but just because like I get them done and then I hate the feeling of taking them out and putting them back in. So I just leave them out and then I'm like, oh, I want my ears pierced again. So I just get them done again. But I still can't put earrings in because it makes me feel disgusting. So
even when it's like fully healed and everything.
Yeah, I just hate it. Like even watching my mum put hers in, it just makes me feel sick. I don't know why.
I like that what contact lenses.
That's like a normal thing, isn't it? Because like that's weird. Like I think that your eye's more sensitive than your ear. But it's weird that there's like things like that. Like my cousin, he hates it. Even if he sees someone touching paper, it like shivers down his spine. He hates it. Like he had a go at me because I was touching paper over FaceTime.
Oh my god.
No, I don't like like those 3D photos that people used to have. When people are like scratch them, it would annoy me so much.
Okay.
Or like I hate nail fighters. Like if people are filing their nails, I can't be in the same room as them. I don't like yeah. I just get chills all over my body. It's just I don't like the noise of it.
Yeah.
I remember like last year in school, there would be like these couple of students at the back of the class who would, in the middle of class, would just start playing a high frequency sound on their phone and would just leave it on for the whole class, and everyone would be deaf by the end of the class.
Oh my god.
And all the students would hear it, but the teachers would never hear it.
Yeah.
They just never notice it.
I think they sometimes do that. They used to, like, where my secondary school was, there was a Morrison's, and I think they had a thing outside that was playing it so that they didn't have, like, kids standing around. So it'd be like the high frequency. So anyone that was like a secondary school student or younger, if they were like hanging around Morrison's, they would just play it so that they'd have to go.
Oh my god. It's quite smart, to be fair.
Yeah. Because, I mean, you get the old people that can't hear anything, and they're just walking around and they're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like them. Like, I can hear them and they annoy me. But there's some people that like play it and they'll be like, "What am I hearing? There's nothing there."
Yeah. Or it just depends how like dead your ears are, really. Do you guys ever get that thing where you get like a squealing noise in your ear?
Yeah.
I think
when I go on like planes and stuff, like after I get off the plane, I feel that.
I heard once that it was because it's like an ear cell dying or something like that. So I've just been convinced that every time I hear a squeal, it's because one of my cells has just died.
Yeah. I used to think that when I got like earaches that it was something like walking around inside of me. Like inside my head, like a bug or something. And that I got in while I was sleeping.
Oh.
I'm also nervous, like, of when I go to sleep, like, do spiders just crawl around on my face?
No, I hate that. There was literally the biggest spider in my room yesterday. I was trying to read and I just saw something. And I looked over and there was just a fat spider, and my whole family hated me because I made them all come in here to get it. Because I was like, if that goes on me while I'm sleeping.
I can't be near spiders.
No.
I've never understood the like being really scared of them.
Oh no, the worst thing. I remember one day I was on my bare feet and I was going to get into the shower and I nearly stood on this huge spider that was right in front of the shower door. It was like huge and like I could see all the hairs on its legs. It was disgusting.
It's such a weird thing because obviously it's like the majority of people are scared of them, but it's like if you compare it, there's lots of other small like bugs and creatures that people don't care about, and spiders, it's weird that like we've got this thing as humans, like they're just scared because like most spiders can't do anything, they just look.
I think it's because they look so different. Because I always think that like spiders just look like a giant hand walking around.
Yeah, because like why are there so many legs? Why are there so many? They don't need that many.
I feel like we would probably be able to balance ourselves a lot more if we had more legs.
True, but we'd also.
I wouldn't mind having a couple
I
of
always feel like spiders are upset by me not liking them. Like they're just like, why do you not like me? I don't know. Like they're like, what is wrong with me?
Yeah.
I'm not good enough for you. I just feel.
If spiders actually had like the same sort of consciousness as us, and then they're just like, why this massive thing keeps on like trying to shoo me away, like what's it doing? Why is it scared of me? Why does it keep screaming? I have to keep going down the sinkhole because they don't like me.
They just want to be friends.
I feel like they do think like that though.
They probably do. That's why they like. Well, they run away. They know that you're trying to kill it because they run away.
Well, that's why you should always try and get it from like the bottom because they have eyes on the top of their heads. So they can see. They've got that thing because they're usually prey for like birds. If they see a bird coming, like if they see your hand, they think it's a bird, so they run away.
Oh, that's good. Didn't know that.
I don't know why. I know like random things that I probably learned when I was like 10.
I saw something recently that like daddy long leg spiders are like venomous, but they're too small to bite you.
Oh, they've got really long legs, haven't they? Well, that's why they're called daddy long legs. But their body's like
like
the smallest little things ever.
Like I saw something that like all spiders are venomous, but some of them are just too small to be able to bite you. And I was like, I don't know if that's true or not.
If that's true, that's terrifying. I don't like that. I hate when, like, because people say you need to be careful when you kill spiders, because sometimes, have you seen the videos where you kill a spider, then all their babies pop out?
Yeah, oh no.
It's
I saw a
terrifying.
video one day where somebody like stood on a spider and they like lifted their foot and there was just tons of little spiders. They're like running around everywhere.
I hate that.
That's why I don't kill spiders. I usually just like put them outside my window.
No, I just suck them up the vacuum because I'm too scared.
I don't do it myself. I always have to get other people to do it. I'm just too scared to go near them.
I'm the one in the family, like when I'm at home, I'm the one, because my brother won't do it. My dad won't. Bearing in mind, my brother is like 6'2".
Sometimes
and he's still scared of spiders. So
sometimes if I see a spider, I just can't. There's some situations where like if a spider's near me, I can't do anything about it. Like one time I was in the shower and there's a spider right there in the wall, and I couldn't do anything about it because like I couldn't just leave, or so I just had to stay there until I was like finished, and it was just there on the wall, just moving every few minutes. I didn't like that experience.
Do you guys watch I'm a Celebrity?
Yes.
I can't. It's gross. How do you watch that?
It's just, it's so. I don't think they use like as many spiders. I feel like the whole spider thing has gone down now. They usually have it like one trial or something. It's just a main
I don't
thing.
know if there was any spiders last year. I think there might be a few.
I don't know. How did you feel about the change from like going from the jungle to the castle? Because I really liked it.
That.
Yeah.
I thought it was okay. I didn't care too much. I think the castle setting was different. I liked it.
Yeah. Well, I feel like because they've done the jungle for like what? I think it's like 20 seasons or something like that. It's like 19 or 20 seasons because it's been going since the 2000s, I think. It was nice for them to shake it up because everything was the same before. Like with the jungle, they kept on repeating everything.
Why they should change the location more often then to give it like a.
Just do it every year, and then it's like they're in the Australian jungle, and then they're in Wales, and then they're like in Iceland or something like that.
Yeah.
Freezing cold.
Just rotate between different places each year. I used to watch like America's Got Talent and like Britain's Got Talent and all of them, and I just find them so boring now. Like I've gotten bored of them. It's the same thing every year.
It's like with the X Factor. It's like all the talented people are just disappearing.
I'm just bored of them now. I remember there was an Ireland's Got Talent. I don't know if it's still a thing. And every year there would be loads of great acts, but it would always just be these huge dance groups that weren't even that good that would win because they had so many people voting for them. And Ireland isn't a huge country, so they just always win.
Yeah.
So that's why I stopped watching that show.
Well, I mean, that is the thing with like all of the talent shows. Like, yes, someone could be really talented, but it's always going to be the person that's the most popular that wins.
Yeah.
Like, you need people voting for you. There's no way to like objectively say someone's the best.
Yeah. I remember one year, I think it was like there was some act on X Factor called like Honeybee or somebody. I think.
Honey G.
Honey G, that's what it is.
The one with yeah.
Yeah, and there were so many other like talented singers that year, and she like made it to like the finals and everything, and I was like, like it was fine or whatever, but I was like, let the talented people have their time too. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that she's not talented. I'm just saying like she was just the same thing over and over. Like when you say Honey, you say G. Like that was her one line over and over. And she seemed to work it into everything that she performed.
Yeah. Did you watch it when, I mean, this was ages ago, when Jedward was on?
Oh, I did.
They were the two. I can't remember if they were from, because this makes a big difference for you because they were the most embarrassed. Like if I was Irish, because they were either Irish or they were from Northern Ireland. right? So either from the Republic or from,
I think it could have been
but they were like terrible. But I think the whole thing was that they were twins and they were Irish, so that made them good or something.
Yeah.
Really, I didn't think they were terrible. I like them. I just remember that one song they had about like lipstick or something.
Did they?
I was playing all the time. Like my cousin would play it every day. So they had a song called Lipstick or something, I think.
Oh, I didn't. What was that like after the X Factor then that they had a song come out?
Yeah. And it was popular.
Yeah, that's weird. It tends to be the people that don't win, like the winners. You never hear from again, like
One Direction.
Which is like a random one. The only winner that I can think that did really well was Leona Lewis.
Oh, she was in X Factor?
Yeah, she was. I think it was one of the first ones. I'm going to look it up, actually, see if we know any of these people.
What was Susan Boyle on?
What?
Was Susan Boyle on Britain's Got Talent?
Yeah, she was on... Oh, yeah, Britain's Got Talent. I don't know, but it would have made sense if she did. Because, like, the Queen... Sometimes I wonder, do they not think, like, you know when you see those, like, don't try this at home acts where they're, like, doing something really scary? Do they not think, like, if that person won, could you imagine the poor Queen watching someone, like, swallowing knives or, like, on a, like,
cycle? There was one person some year that, like, swallowed a whole sword, and I was like...
Little Mix won their series.
Did
they?
Yeah.
I've got the list here. I think that's the one, like, I guess, yeah, Little Mix as well, because One Direction came, like, second or third.
And Little Mix like a trio now. I thought I saw that somewhere. But, like, they're not four.
Oh, here we go.
Anymore.
Where the hell is this? Oh. I mean, it's Steve Brookstein. I don't know who that is. Okay, there was someone, Shane Ward. I swear I've heard of him.
Wasn't he on, like... After that, he was on, like...
He was on Coronation Street.
Yeah, that's all I know of him.
Leon Jackson. I think he did all right, like, immediately afterwards, and then he fizzled out.
Yeah. A lot of people just kind of, they don't stay popular after it.
No.
Only like the big ones, like, I don't know, One Direction or whatever. Were they on X Factor?
Yeah, they were.
Did they win?
No, they came third.
They came third and then became the
biggest. They didn't even come like a full third. They came a joint third. And I don't know how that happened.
But they became like gigantic after.
Yeah, if you compare them, the person that won was Matt Cardle, and like I think I heard he had one song or something like that. And the person that came second was Rebecca Ferguson, and she did something, but like not much. And then One Direction and Cher Lloyd was the other person that came joint third.
I remember Cher Lloyd.
Yeah.
I remember people in my family were annoyed by her. Like, I think my mom said, I don't like her, she's annoying, or something. Or I knew people that didn't like her.
I think she had the, like, and I'm not saying this in like a mean way or anything like that, but she had the sort of chabby look, which I think a lot of people that consider themselves or like are in like the middle class to upper class sort of thing, or like try to distance themselves from it, tend to have a thing against them. And like there are some people that obviously, but it's like the same as like you find it in any sort of group of people, there's going to be someone that's bad or something like that. But I think people have a tendency to be like, oh yeah, if you look and act a certain way, then there's something bad with you, which I've never understood.
Yeah.
Oh, the last time they actually had a proper X Factor was when that when, I don't know if you guys watched it, when Dalton Harris was on it.
I remember the last time I watched X Factor was like a celebrity X Factor.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is like the proper one. It was Dalton Harris. He was really good. If you can't remember him, you should look him up because he's really good.
When was
it? 2018. I just remember he did a cover of Creep by Radiohead, but it was like a changed one, so it was like more acoustic or something like that. He had such a good voice.
Is X Factor cancelled then or something if they haven't like done it since then?
I think it's like been moved until like 2022. I think it was when I looked it up. I looked up and then it said that it wasn't until like 2022 that they would do a proper one if they do it again.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't say online. It just says the last episode was like December 2018. So it's obviously because I remember my whole family used to sit down to watch X Factor, but it just got boring after a while. Or not even boring, just repetitive.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure there's still talented people on it, but it's just like it's the same thing. I've seen it a million times. So.
Oh, we had like a whole routine in my family where we would sit down and watch it. My parents would always complain about it, and then it's like you get to the like the live shows where people getting voted off, and you just see the people that are like the not great ones going further and further and further. And each time my parents are like, not watching it again, it's rigged. Like, why does this keep happening? I'm not watching it again. And then next week we'd sit down and watch it. It just gets to the end and I'd be sitting there going, come on, like the general public, vote for the right person. And it's like, no, they vote for the other person that like is probably.
I feel like they always so instead of like voting for like the talented people, they always vote for like the novelty acts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's why there was also that year where there was a really good like singer-songwriter, and then there was Raksu, who were like a group of lads that were like doing singing, rapping sort of thing. The only thing I can remember is they had their own song where they literally said that they would wrap someone up like a burrito. That was like a line. They said Mamacita, something about Selena, and then something to do with a burrito.
I mean,
one.
Yeah, I felt like that the year that Honey G was on it. Like I said, I just don't get why she went so far when there was other talented people that year.
That's why I like The Voice, because The Voice is actually.
Yeah, I really like The Voice. Yeah. It's the only one I still watch. I've like.
I'm not here to brag, guys, but my friend actually won The Voice last year.
Really?
Yeah, blessing. She won last year. Quite cool, to be fair.
I have to look. What's her name?
Blessing.
Blessing, like as in blessing someone.
Yeah.
Is that her actual name?
Yeah.
That's cool. I like it when people have like different names.
Yeah.
No one's gonna get her confused with anyone else.
Yeah, I know. And she can just have her first name as her name.
It's like Beyonce.
Yeah. Yeah. It's quite cool, to be fair.
That is. How do you know this person?
Basically, when I was 16?
Mm-hmm.
Like when I just left school, 16 probably, in that summer, we did like this summer camp thing, and me and her were in the same group, and we like just became friends.
Is she the same age as you, or is she older?
Same age.
She looks like not old, but like more mature. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I always feel like I'm gonna offend someone if I say they look older, but there are some people that genuinely like seem more mature. Like she doesn't have wrinkles or anything like that, but she just doesn't look like an 18, 19-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that. So, what is there to talk about? What's been going on in the world? Apart from
we don't want to talk about the world.
Yeah, not the world, but I mean, like.
Oh, did you see that thing I shared on my story? Not to like bring a downer on everything, but the fact that in Florida there's now a law that says that people are allowed to like check if someone is the gender that they say that they are. Like physically, they're allowed to look like a child at school. So basically, it's because they worry about, like, for example, if it's mainly within the female. Because if it was
I thought that wasn't real though. Like,
no.
I thought somebody debunks it and said it wasn't real, but maybe it is.
Oh, maybe. Well, I just saw that thing and I was absolutely outraged that anyone would ever. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised. Like,
I remember there's been like 1 or 2 times I've posted or like reshared a post on my stories, and then people be like, "This is false information. Like, you really need to research more what you're like sharing." And I'm like, okay.
I'll have to look into it. But like, I wasn't. To be fair, it didn't like surprise me as much as like something like that should, because like while Florida does tend to be more like progressive, it's not. It's still like, I think Florida's still like a Republican state. Not to say that Republicans are all bad, but like they do have a certain view when it comes to transgender people and like just the LGBTQIA plus community in general.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised in America about that law. That just wouldn't surprise me. Anything in America goes at this point.
Yeah. But it's like, the thing is, I would understand, right, if it's like Olympic level, that they want to check, like, to see if there seriously is like an advantage that a trans woman has competing against cis women. Like, if they actually had an advantage at Olympic level. But it's like, if they're literally like secondary school students or like college students, like, what are they really going to do with that sports? It's not going to make that big a difference.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's awful. Like, they're children. You don't need to know. Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
I just sometimes I just see the news and I'm like, I hate the world.
Yeah, I know. The world continues to disappoint me every day.
Yeah. So. Well, I just finished reading The Humans by Matt Haig, which was like, it's about an alien that comes down and takes the form of a human, and then it starts off with like he doesn't understand anything. The alien's like really confused about why we do things and like naming all these really bad things that we do, and then eventually comes to realize the beauty in being a human and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, that's nice. And then like I look at the news and I'm like, okay, no.
It's nice but unrealistic. Guys, I think I'm gonna have to go. I'm so tired.
Yeah, I think that it's probably time to end this as well because I'm But it was really nice to chat to you guys.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Reading done.
I may go see my dog.
Oh, what have you got?
Yorkshire Terrier.
Oh.
Do you want to see a picture?
Yes.
I will find one. If I can. Well, he got like caught recently, so I'll show like the most recent picture, which is before then. I can find that. I feel like it's so hard to find photos of what I'm gonna share. Okay. Yeah, it's always so hard to find photos. Okay, I have like a album on my phone. Okay, here we are. You guys see that?
Oh. I want to talk to you about it.
Or this is like a better photo. Can you see that?
Oh, it's so tiny.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's not focusing properly, but anyway. Yeah, he's really small. And he's like 9, so he's small.
That's cute.
I feel like he hasn't aged at all. I feel like you don't like notice aging in animals.
Oh, I can see it in my dog, but it's because he's like a reddish brown color, but like as he's gotten older, his hair's just gotten more white, so he's got like patches that are like slightly more white than but like he still acts like a puppy, but you can tell. Like also the face as well. I feel like some dogs, their faces get more like mature.
Yeah. I've definitely noticed that with my dog. And also like the color of his hair changed. Like when we got him, his hair was like black, and then I think one day we brought him to get cut, and then his hair turned like grey. It just, I think it happens with that breed of dog. Their hair just changes.
Yeah, I feel like there's quite a few because my grandparents have a Shih Tzu, and she used to be like almost completely grey, I think, and then she started getting like patches of white.
Yeah.
So she sort of looks like a cow. Right. I think I'll end the live now because I'm tired.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
It was fun.
This was fun. And I got reading done for my stressful weekend reading goals. So thank you. Bye.
Bye.